Welcome, dear dreamer, to another journey along the Soul Path Chronicles. Tonight, we drift together down the river of eternal choices, a tale of decision, courage, and the whispers of the soul. Find a comfortable place, let your body relax, and allow your mind to float gently with the currents of the story. And if you enjoy these journeys into dreamlike realms, don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a story that soothes your night and sparks your imagination. The River of Eternal Choices. Part 1. The Coin at the Crossroads. The field was made of silence, not empty silence, but the kind that feels ancient, woven from breaths never taken, words never spoken, choices never made. The mist that rolled across the ground shimmered in slow waves, as if the earth itself exhaled with each pulse of twilight. Above it, the sky stretched like a vast, dim canvas, brushed with faint strokes of silver-blue clouds that drifted without wind. Naida stood alone at the threshold where 12 narrow paths met, a starburst of roads etched into the soil. Each path flickered faintly with color, some warm, some cold, some too dim to decipher. They pulsed as if alive. Her hand tightened around the small, unmarked coin she always carried. It had no faces, no symbols, no edges worn from known kings or forgotten empires. It was simply there, smooth, cold, and unsettling. She had kept it since childhood, flipping it whenever fear clouded her mind. Heads, go, tails, stay. Except the coin had no heads and no tails. It only forced her to choose, and she hated choosing. Tonight, the coin felt heavier than ever. The crossroads before her was unlike any place she had ever traveled. Naida sensed it even before the mist parted. She had not stumbled here. She had been called. A soft resonance rippled through the air, like the echo of a distant chime. She lifted her head. A figure stood among the mist, tall, calm, luminous. He emerged as though carved directly from the twilight. His hair fell in pale strands that glimmered like threads of moonlight, and across his skin, faint lines glowed, neither tattoos nor scars, but shifting constellations. They moved softly beneath the surface, like rivers of light. "Naida," he said, his voice gentle, deep, and flowing like a distant stream. "You have come." Her breath caught. "How do you know my name?" "Because the river knows every traveler who fears their next step," he replied. She frowned, unsure whether to pull back or demand answers. "The river." He tilted his head. "Yes, the river of eternal choices. You feel its call, though you do not yet understand it." Naida swallowed, feeling the weight of the coin pressing into her palm. "I don't understand why I'm here. I only followed the path until the mist, until every direction became the same." He stepped closer, but not so close that she felt cornered. His luminous markings pulsed in rhythm with the beating of her heart. "Your life has led you here one hesitation at a time." "What do you mean?" she whispered. "You stand at crossroads often," he said. "You see many paths. You fear choosing the wrong one. So you walk nowhere, and the world chooses for you. Naida stiffened. That's not true. But it was. She knew it. Every opportunity she had feared. Every chance she let slip. Every moment where she flipped her blank coin rather than decide. The figure extended his hand, not to touch her, but to gesture toward the paths. This place is not of the waking world. It appears only to those whose choices have grown louder than their excuses. Naida's breath trembled. Who are you? His eyes softened. My name is Selim. I am a guide of the river, not a teacher, not a leader. Only a lantern for those lost in their own indecision. The mist thickened for a moment, swirling around their feet. The sound of rushing water, soft, impossibly distant, rose from beneath the ground. Naida looked down. Through the mist, she glimpsed something impossible. Beneath the 12 paths, beneath the soil and stone, a glowing current flowed like a hidden vein of liquid moonlight. She stepped back. What is that? Selim nodded toward it. The river. It flows through all realms, through all lives. It is the current that carries the weight of every choice ever made, and every choice never made. The coin in her palm suddenly felt unbearably cold. Why me? Naida whispered. Because you have reached a threshold, Selim said gently. Your choices have ceased to guide you. Instead, your fear of them rules you. The river summons those who are drifting, those who have forgotten how to choose for themselves. Before she could respond, the ground trembled softly. From the mist rose the sound of creaking wood, the splashing of oars, the gentle scrape of a boat gliding over unseen waters. A small vessel emerged slowly, a boat made of black stone, polished and sharp-edged, yet floating weightlessly. Its surface glimmered with faint reflections, as though it remembered every traveler it had ever carried. At its helm stood a figure with shifting features, dozens of faces flickering across his skin like reflections in broken water. Naida gasped, Who is that? Selim bowed his head slightly. The many-faced ferryman. He sails the river. Do not fear his faces. He is merely a mirror to your doubts. The ferryman's faces, young, old, sorrowful, angry, hopeful, shifted like ripples in water. Only his eyes remained the same, dark, steady, unblinking. He dipped his oar into nothingness, parting the mist as if it were water. His voice was layered with many tones at once. Naida, he murmured, you have arrived. Everyone seems to know my name, she whispered. Names cling to fear, the ferryman said. And you have carried yours for a long time. Selim stepped beside her. Your journey begins now. Once you step into the ferryman's boat, the river will show you what you have avoided. Choices unmade, paths abandoned, futures forgotten. I don't want to relive all that, Naida said, her voice cracking. You will not relive it, Selim said softly. You will witness it. And in witnessing, you will understand why your soul trembles at every fork in the path. Naida closed her fingers around the coin. The desire to run burned through her, but her feet refused to move. The crossroads pulsed, the paths fading one by one, as if the world insisted there was only one direction left. The river's glow intensified. Naida, Selim murmured, "This journey is not punishment. It is clarity. And clarity is the first true choice." The ferryman extended his hand, long, slender, shadowed by shifting faces. Naida hesitated. Her heart pounded like storm drums, her breath thin as thread. She opened her palms slowly. The coin glinted in the dim light. It felt warm now, as if urging her. "This coin," she whispered, staring at it. "It always made things worse. I depended on it because I didn't trust myself." Selim's eyes softened. "Then leave it behind." Her fingers trembled. "Drop it. Let go of the thing that made her indecision easier. The thing she hid behind. The thing that made responsibility feel less heavy." Naida turned the coin over one last time between her fingertips, blank on both sides, empty, meaningless. She closed her eyes, breathed deeply, and finally, she let the coin fall. It hit the ground with a soft sound, then sank into the mist, vanishing as if the earth swallowed it whole. The air shifted. The paths glowed briefly, then dimmed. Selim smiled faintly. "You have made your first true choice." The ferryman's faces calmed. Only one remained neutral, steady, welcoming. With a trembling inhale, Naida stepped toward the boat. The moment her foot touched the obsidian surface, she felt something beneath it, like a heartbeat, deep and ancient. The ferryman dipped his oar into the glowing current beneath the mist. The world seemed to tilt, and the boat drifted forward. Naida looked back once. Selim stood at the crossroads, the glowing constellations on his skin pulsing softly, watching her with quiet pride. "Will I see you again?" she called. "When the river brings you to me," he replied. "Not before, not after." The mist thickened around the boat, swallowing the crossroads. The ferryman rowed in silence, his shifting faces reflecting Naida's anxieties, her fear of wrong choices, her memories of paths abandoned, her endless second-guessing. The current beneath them glowed brighter and brighter, until it illuminated the swirling fog around them like soft starlight. Naida's breath caught as the mist parted. For the first time, she saw the river clearly. It was not water at all, but liquid light. Silver, blue, gold, and violet currents intertwined, splitting and merging like 1,000 living arteries. Within each stream flickered shapes, moments, whispers, glimpses of choices made and unmade. The river whispered, "Choose." Naida shivered. The ferryman's voice echoed softly. "What the river will show you first is what you feared most. All the choices you never made." The boat drifted into a widening channel where the currents shimmered with haunting beauty. Naida leaned over the edge, gazing down. Shapes formed in the water, shadowed versions of herself, walking different paths. One held a paintbrush. One traveled alone through mountains. One stayed where she once dreamed of leaving. One reached out for someone she let slip away. Her throat tightened. Why show me this?" she whispered. "Because the weight of your unchosen lives bends your soul," the ferryman said. "And before you choose your future, you must meet the selves you left behind." The river glowed brighter, humming with ancient intent. The ferryman raised his oar. The currents swirled. The shadows rose. Naida inhaled sharply as the first echo of herself stepped from the river's surface, and her journey truly began. Part 2. The Realm of Unchosen Futures. The air shimmered as the first shadow self stepped from the river's surface. It rose like mist gathering shape, slowly, gracefully, until it stood before Naida with quiet certainty. The figure's form was unmistakably hers, yet changed in subtle ways. Her posture straighter, her eyes brighter, her hands steady. This version of Naida wore clothing stained with pigments. Faint traces of deep blue, sienna, and gold dusted her fingertips, as though she had spent a lifetime painting dawns and sunsets onto empty canvases. Naida felt her heart catch. "I know you," she whispered. "You're the artist I once wanted to become." The shadow self did not speak. It only gazed at her with a tenderness that hurt more than any accusation. Behind her, the river stirred again. Another shape rose, this one draped in travel leathers, carrying a weather-worn satchel. Her hair was shorter, her eyes fierce with wonder. A map hung from her belt, its edges torn as if used in countless journeys. Naida swallowed. "And you, the wanderer." A third rose, then a fourth. The first shadow who stayed home because she feared disappointing her family. The second who left everything behind to chase a dream that burned too brightly to ignore. The third who confessed her love. The fourth who locked her heart and kept it silent. The fifth who accepted the job she turned down. The sixth who walked away. The seventh who stayed too long. Each version of Naida stepped forward, surrounding her like a constellation of whispered choices. The ferryman rested his oar across his knees. His faces shimmered through unreadable expressions: interest, pity, neutrality, something older. "These," he murmured, "are the futures you abandoned." The shadow selves did not crowd her. They stood with patient stillness, their eyes illuminated with the faint glow of the river. None blamed her. None accused her. Yet the weight of their presence pressed against Naida's chest like a tide threatening to pull her under. I can't face all of them," she stammered. "This isn't fair." The ferryman's many voices answered at once, soft yet unyielding. "It is not fairness the river offers. It is truth." Naida closed her eyes, but their shapes remained behind her eyelids. She felt the ache of each life she might have lived pressing against her ribs. "How can I choose one?" she whispered. "How can I know which version of me was meant to be?" A quiet laugh, light like stardust, echoed through the mist. Naida opened her eyes. A small figure stood before her, barefoot, bright, childlike, but not a child, something luminous, something woven from memory and possibility. Her skin glimmered faintly, as though holding the reflection of distant stars. Her hair flowed like strands of moonlit fog. "Hello," the little girl said simply, with a smile both gentle and ageless. Naida stared. "Who are you?" The ferryman bowed his many faces. "Selun." The name drifted through the air like a bell's last note. "Selun," Naida repeated, tasting the sound on her tongue. The girl nodded. "I am the path you once dreamed of, before you learned to fear your own heart." Naida's breath faltered. "You're the version of me who was brave enough." Selun shook her head softly. "Not brave." She touched her own chest. "Just honest." The shadow selves arranged themselves behind the child. A silent parliament of unchosen destinies. Selun took Naida's hand. The touch was warm, unexpectedly warm, like holding a memory of sunlight. "Come," she said. "I want to show you something." The river shimmered around them, responding to Selun's presence like a tide pulled by a celestial body. Naida glanced uncertainly at the ferryman. "Go," he said simply. "Selun will guide you through what must be seen." The scene shifted without movement. The river dimmed, then brightened again, and Naida found herself standing on a vast plain of crystalline water. The surface was solid beneath her feet, yet rippled with every breath she took. Above her, the sky fractured into mirrored panels, each one reflecting a different version of herself. Selun led her forward. With every step, one panel descended, soft as falling petals, stopping just above Naida's eye level. Inside the first panel, Naida saw the artist version of herself painting the dawn on a rooftop. Colors danced from her fingers, shaping beauty out of nothingness. "Do you regret not becoming her?" Selun asked. Naida exhaled shakily. "I don't know, maybe." Selun's little face softened. "Regret is not the same as desire." Another panel descended. This one showed the wanderer standing on a precipice, staring at mountains that glowed with morning fire. She laughed into the wind, fearless and untamed. Selun leaned closer. "And her, do you envy her freedom?" Naida nodded slowly. "Sometimes. Wanting something sometimes is not the same as wanting it forever," Selun whispered. One by one, the panels descended. The healer she once thought of becoming. The teacher she almost became. The poet. The lover who confessed. The version who walked away instead. Each possibility shimmered with life, real lives, real emotions, real consequences. Naida's voice trembled. "Why are you showing me this? So I can feel worse about myself." Selun's luminous eyes widened. "No, so you understand you did not fail. You simply chose." "But I didn't choose," Naida cried. "I hesitated, I froze. I let time decide for me." Selun's voice softened. "Choosing not to choose is also a choice." The words struck her like a slow, gentle blow. Naida lowered her gaze. "Then why does it hurt so much to see them? All these paths I never walked." Selun stepped closer, until their foreheads nearly touched, because you think you abandoned them. But that is not true. The river hummed around them like a heartbeat. You carry all your possible selves inside you, Selun whispered. That is why you feel heavy. You try to live every path at once. Naida felt her eyes sting with tears. But I don't want to lose them. You don't have to, Selun said. Only release them. The panels flickered, the images inside them wavering as though waiting to dissolve. Naida touched one, her fingers brushing the cool, glass-like surface. The panel trembled, then slowly began to fade into shimmering particles that dissolved into the river's glow. A sharp ache tugged at her chest. They're disappearing. They are returning to where all possibilities rest, Selun murmured. Not lost, not forgotten, simply free. One by one, the panels faded when she touched them. Each one felt like letting go of a phantom limb, painful, tender, strangely relieving. When only one panel remained, Naida hesitated. It was the version of herself who stayed, who did not leave the life she had grown in, who chose comfort over risk, quiet over uncertainty. She looked soft, gentle, tired, but content. Naida's voice shook. This was the closest to what I became. Selun nodded. Sometimes the path we walked is also a path we did not fully embrace. Naida placed her hand on the final panel. It did not dissolve immediately. Instead, it pulsed with a warm glow acceptance, not loss. When it faded, Naida felt a quietness settle inside her, like the hush after a storm. The crystalline plain shifted into soft mist again. The ferryman's boat awaited in the fog. Selun's hand remained in hers. You faced the futures you feared. That is the first truth of choice. Naida wiped her eyes. Is there more? Selun nodded solemnly. Now you must face the choices you did make. A tremor rippled through the river, deep and resonant. The ferryman lifted his oar. The chamber of echoing consequences awaits. The mist around them darkened to deep indigo, streaked with veins of gold light. The air thickened with whispers old, familiar, haunting. Naida felt her stomach twist. Will it hurt? Selun's luminous face softened. Only the truth hurts, but truth also frees. The ferryman gestured them into the boat. Hold tightly. The next realm is heavy. Naida stepped inside, Selun at her side. As the craft pushed forward, the mist parted and a vast cavern opened before them, its walls glistening with rivers of memory, its echoes murmuring with choices Naida once made and wished she hadn't. She inhaled shakily. The river carried them deeper, and the whispers grew louder. Part 3. The Chamber of Echoing Consequences. The cavern breathed. That was Naida's first thought as the boat glided into the vast chamber, so immense it seemed carved from the underside of the night sky. Columns of luminescent stone rose like Titan bones from the riverbed, each one pulsing with a heartbeat that wasn't entirely her own. Above, the ceiling curved high and shadowed, flecks of light shimmered across it like stars trapped behind a veil. The river quieted to a hush, lowering its glow as if honoring sacred ground. "Where are we?" Naida whispered. The Ferryman's many faces turned toward her, their shifting expressions briefly aligning into solemnity. The chamber of echoing consequences. Every choice leaves an imprint. Every action plants a seed. Selun squeezed Naida's hand. "This is where you will hear what your choices became." The words settled heavily in Naida's chest. A soft chime resonated through the cavern like droplets striking glass. Then another, and another. Each note seemed familiar yet foreign, like the echo of a forgotten moment brushing against her consciousness. As the boat entered deeper, the glowing walls began to ripple. Scenes emerged, shadowy at first, then clear as if carved from living light. Naida leaned forward, breath trapped in her throat. It was her, a much younger version of herself, sitting beneath an oak tree with a friend, an auburn-haired girl named Myra. They were laughing, their hands clasped, making promises of adventures they vowed they'd take together someday. The echo world shimmered. Then it changed. Myra stood alone beneath the same tree, clutching a folded letter with trembling hands. Tears slid silently down her face. She looked toward a path Naida never took, the one she once said they'd walk together. Naida flinched, her voice cracked. "I never meant to hurt her. I was afraid. I didn't know how to say goodbye." The cavern vibrated with a low hum, a resonance of acknowledgement, not judgment. Selim, silent, until now leaned forward from his place at the back of the boat. His luminous markings glowed faintly. Consequences are not punishments. They are the ripples of existence responding to your movement. Naida hugged her arms around herself. "But I left her without even trying to explain." "Fear is a choice too," Selim murmured. Before Naida could reply, another echo surfaced. This one was a marketplace, sunlit, loud, vibrant. She saw herself hesitating outside a merchant's booth, where a wanderer offered her a map of distant lands. She remembered this day, the pull in her chest, the ache to leave, the fear that held her still. In the echo, she stepped forward, hand almost touching the map, but in reality, she had turned away. Now she watched her younger self recoil, offering the wanderer an apologetic smile before blending back into the crowd. The wanderer shrugged and left, map fluttering behind him in the breeze like a bird set free. The scene dissolved. Naida felt the ache of that moment tug her ribs. I could have gone. I could have changed everything. Why did I tell myself it wasn't the right time? Selun tilted her glowing head. Because the truth frightened you more than the unknown. A new echo blossomed soft, intimate. Naida stood in a quiet room lit by lantern light, facing someone she once loved. His eyes held questions. His hands held hope. He waited for words she never gave. She watched her past self swallow her confession, burying everything she felt beneath a polite smile. The light in his eyes dimmed. He walked away, Naida's chest constricted. "Stop," she whispered. "Please, enough." But the cavern had more to show. The river pulled them toward another echo. The moment she chose silence over honesty, comfort over risk, fear over truth. It showed decisions that seemed small at the time, but it shaped the most tender pieces of her life. The weight of it pressed against her, a tide rising steadily. Her voice trembled. "All these moments, they paint me as cowardly." Selun stepped closer, her small hand resting warm against Naida's arm. "No, they paint you as human." Naida blinked hard, her breath sharp. "I don't know what's worse, seeing the futures I could have lived, or facing the choices I actually made." But Selun's expression was gentle, unwavering. "You are not here to be condemned. You are here to understand." The river dimmed further, its surface smooth as obsidian glass. The light on the cavern walls faded until only faint veins of luminescence remained. The ferrymen's faces shifted, merging momentarily into one expression, a rare stillness. There is one echo left, the deepest. The temperature dropped. A hush fell. Naida's pulse quickened. The cavern around them began to twist, the air trembling like a held breath. A final echo formed, slow, deliberate, rising from the water like a memory she had tried long and hard to suppress. It was night time. A gentle rain fell. Naida walked alone through a narrow street, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. She remembered this night, the night she made a choice that haunted her in subtle ways, a choice she believed was small, but had carved a deep scar she seldom acknowledged. In the echo, she approached a small house where a candle glowed faintly in the window. She hesitated at the doorstep. Inside, she could hear her mother softly singing, something she hadn't heard since childhood, a rare vulnerability. Naida lifted her hand to knock, but she didn't. She turned away. In reality, she had told herself she was too tired, too overwhelmed, too uncertain. Days passed, then weeks, then months. When she returned, the candle was gone, and the song never returned. The echo dissolved into shimmering droplets that fell back into the river with fragile chimes. Naida sank to her knees in the boat, tears spilling silently. Her breath came in broken waves. Selun knelt beside her, arms wrapping around her shoulders in a soft, glowing embrace. "I didn't realize," Naida whispered, voice cracking. "I didn't know that moment mattered so much." Selim slid from his seat and knelt across from her, his glowing markings gentle, not fierce. Moments rarely reveal their weight as they pass. Only memory gives them gravity. Naida covered her face with her hands. "I feel like I've lived my whole life avoiding choices and hurting people without meaning to." Selun's voice was soft as moonlight. "Naida, you cannot heal by punishing yourself." The river flowed quietly around them. The ferryman dipped his oar once, stirring the water. "Guilt is a shadow. Truth is a lantern. Which one will you carry forward? Naida lifted her eyes. The echoes had faded, but their presence lingered like traces of perfume in the air. She took a trembling breath. What happens now? Selim stood, offering his hand. Now you choose how to move forward with regret or with understanding. Naida met his gaze. Something steadied inside her. I want to understand. I want to forgive myself. Selun's smile glimmered like the first star at dusk. Then you are ready. A resonance rippled through the cavern, low, harmonic, awakening something ancient within the stone pillars. The river glowed brighter, forming a luminous path that led to a great archway at the far end of the chamber. From its threshold, a crystalline bridge unfurled, weaving itself from starlit roots and shimmering strands of water. Its surface was translucent, swirling with threads of light that shifted like constellations being born. What is that? Naida asked, breathless. Selim bowed his head. The bridge of understanding. It appears only when a traveler accepts the truth of their choices. The ferryman guided the boat toward it. Beyond this bridge lies the trial of the dividing currents. Naida stood slowly, her legs unsteady, but her spirit clearer than it had been in years. Selun stayed beside her, small hand in hers, glowing brighter as if proud. As they reached the beginning of the bridge, Selim stepped off the boat and turned to her. Naida, he said softly, you cannot change your past choices, but you can choose what they shape in you. Strength or sorrow. She inhaled deeply, then stepped onto the bridge. The moment her foot touched its surface, the entire structure lit up, colors cascading like falling stars. The cavern responded with a resounding hum, ancient and powerful. The river shifted beneath them, currents beginning to divide and swirl in distant patterns, hinting at the trials ahead. Naida looked forward, the path illuminated under her feet. For the first time since her journey began, she felt something new forming inside her, something steady, warm, quietly brave. She whispered into the glowing air, I'm ready for what comes next. And the river answered with a rising surge of light that opened the gateway to the next realm. Part 4. The Trial of the Dividing Currents. The river pulsed beneath her feet like a living pulse of silver and starlight, its currents twisting and converging in patterns older than time itself. Naida's heart thumped in rhythm with the liquid flow, each beat a reminder of the weight she carried. The confluence had not yet revealed itself, but the river's trial awaited. 3 divergent currents swirled before her, glowing with spectral light, gold like molten sunrise, indigo like a deep twilight, and silver like the moon caught in motion. Between them floated a circular stone platform etched with runes that shimmered faintly, resonating in harmony with the currents. Naida's breath caught in her throat. She had reached the dividing currents, the moment the river had been guiding her toward, a moment she had both feared and longed for. From the mist behind her came the soft, steady steps of Selim, His presence was calm, unwavering, and familiar. "This is the trial of the dividing currents," he said gently. "Each current tests a part of you: courage, freedom, compassion. The river will reflect the truth within your heart, Naida. You cannot escape it. You can only face it." Naida swallowed. "And if I fail?" "The river does not punish," Selim replied, his voice like a ripple in still water. "It mirrors. Your failure would be in turning away from the truth of yourself." A quiet murmur brushed the edges of her awareness. From the mists ahead, Selûne appeared, luminous and serene, her form woven from pale moonlight. She radiated a calm so profound that even the river's restless waters seemed to bend toward her. "Fear is natural," she said softly, "but the river will only accept honesty. Name your fear, and you shall see its nature." Naida's chest tightened. "I am afraid of choosing wrong, of hurting those I love, of what I might lose." The river responded, currents rippling with light as though acknowledging her confession. Then, from the shadowed bend of the river, a figure emerged, silent but commanding: the ferryman. His eyes, ancient and knowing, glimmered with the reflection of every choice Naida had ever faced. He leaned upon his oar, its tip barely disturbing the water, yet the river seemed to shift subtly at his presence. Without speaking, he gestured toward the three currents, his movement patient, measured, filled with expectation. Selim stepped closer to Naida. "He is the ferryman," he said. "He does not guide your steps, but he marks the passage. The trial is yours. He will ferry those who emerge with understanding, those who confront their fear, across to the confluence." Naida's eyes flitted between the currents. In the golden current, she saw herself standing before her people, poised and confident, commanding with the weight of responsibility. Yet beneath it lay doubt and exhaustion. The indigo current whispered promises of freedom, discovery, solitude, and self. Yet beneath the allure lay loneliness and isolation. The silver current glimmered with healing, guiding, subtle acts of compassion, but it carried the risk of losing oneself in service to others. I do not know which path to take," she admitted, her voice trembling. "Each seems right, yet each feels incomplete." Selûne's light pulsed gently, illuminating the river's whispers. "Naida, do not seek perfection. Seek presence. Each path carries both shadow and light, and your courage is in facing the truth of each without avoidance." The ferryman shifted slightly, and the river's surface shimmered, revealing visions beneath its currents. Moments of hesitation, moments of bravery, threads of choice intertwining with consequence, connecting Naida to all she had touched and all she had yet to become. "I am afraid," Naida whispered, "afraid of who I might be if I choose wrong." Selim placed a steady hand on her shoulder. "Fear is the shadow of choice. Numbing it is the first step toward mastering it. You cannot control outcomes, only the honesty of your own heart." Naida took a deep breath, her eyes scanning the swirling currents. One by one, she stepped closer to each. First, the golden current. Its warmth beckoned her ambition and desire to lead. She envisioned herself with command, authority, influence, but saw also the shadows of exhaustion, doubt, and the weight of responsibility she might never fully bear. She recoiled. Leadership tempted her, but she recognized the cost. Next, the indigo current. Its whispers promised freedom, discovery, and untethered joy. She imagined herself wandering across uncharted lands, unbound, exploring endlessly. But beneath it, isolation waited. She would be alone in her freedom, untied from connection, longing for presence she would forfeit. She stepped back, uncertain. Finally, the silver current. It shimmered softly, inviting her to guide, heal, and care. She saw herself touching souls, shaping lives subtly but profoundly. But exhaustion and self-loss lingered beneath the glow. This path resonated, yet carried risk she could not deny. The ferryman's oar stirred the currents faintly, as though emphasizing their reality. Selûne's gaze met hers. Presence, Naida. Honesty. Courage is in moving forward despite fear, not in avoiding it. Naida closed her eyes, inhaling the river's pulse. Every choice she had shied from, every hesitation she had clung to, every fear she had buried, it all surfaced, transparent and clear. She exhaled slowly, feeling the river's rhythm align with her heartbeat. I cannot choose because I want safety. I cannot choose to please others. I cannot choose because I am afraid, she whispered. I must choose because it is true for me, because it is honest, because it is right for my soul. The currents shimmered brighter, golden, indigo, and silver intertwining into a single radiant stream. The river responded to her awareness, lifting her gently on the platform of merging currents. She felt every lesson integrate the shadow and the light, the fear and the courage, the hesitation and the resolve. Selim's voice was calm at her side. The river accepts your truth. Feel how it integrates all paths, the choices you made, the ones you avoided, and the ones yet to come. Selûne extended her hand, letting its soft glow blend with the river's light. All paths converge in awareness. Courage, honesty, and presence are the currents that sustain the soul. The ferryman stepped forward, silent but perceptive. His oar touched the river lightly, a signal of passage. Naida understood. He would be there to carry her across when her trial was complete. With steady steps, Naida moved into the golden current, not for ambition, not for power, but because it reflected the courage and responsibility she could consciously embrace. The current embraced her, lifting her with luminous grace. The river's voice hummed around her, resonant and eternal, weaving the golden, indigo, and silver streams into harmony. Every choice, every step, every fear faced, and every courage claimed flowed together, integrated within her. She exhaled, feeling peace she had not known before. You see, Selûne said softly, the river's lesson is never about perfection. It is about presence, about acknowledging your fear and moving forward with awareness. Your choices, your courage, your compassion. These are the truth of your soul. Selim stepped closer. And now, Naida, you are ready to cross into the confluence. The river has taught you the meaning of the dividing currents. The ferryman waits to carry those who face themselves honestly. The ferryman inclined his head slightly, his eyes reflecting infinite currents. Naida felt gratitude, humility, and understanding swell within her. She nodded, and with Selun's light above and Selim's steady presence beside her, she stepped onto the ferryman's small boat, letting him glide the vessel into the unified currents. The river hummed in resonance, a song of courage and presence, as Naida felt herself lifted, carried toward the confluence. The currents pulsed beneath her like living crystal, reflecting every lesson she had embraced. She glanced at Selim and Selun. I understand now. The trial was never about choosing the perfect path. It was about seeing myself, numbing my fear, and walking consciously through the consequences of my choices. Selun's light shimmered in quiet approval. And that awareness will carry you far, Naida. The river's answer awaits at the horizon, but you are already aligned with its truth. The ferryman steered silently, his oar barely stirring the luminous water. Naida felt the merging currents flow beneath her, integrating all her choices, all her courage, all her awareness. Every ripple of light, every shimmer of shadow became a reflection of her own soul. Selim's voice broke the silence softly. Walk forward with presence, Naida. The river has reflected your soul, and the confluence awaits. You are ready. Naida's heart lifted with the river's pulse, calm and clear. She understood every step, every choice, every act of courage or presence was already part of her. The ferryman glided them forward, the confluence unfolding in radiant infinity ahead. And so, with courage, clarity, and trust in the river's eternal song, Naida moved forward into the luminous horizon, ready for the final revelation, ready to embrace the river's answer to her soul. Part 5. The river's answer to the soul. The confluence stretched before Naida, vast and luminous, where all currents of the river merged into a single stream of radiant silver light. Mist rose from the waters, carrying whispers of every choice, every step, and every soul who had ever touched these currents. The river's pulse resonated in her chest, a rhythm older than memory, alive with infinite possibilities. Selim walked beside her, his presence steady and calm. You faced the dividing currents, he said softly. But the river's answer is not yet complete. This is where you integrate your courage, your awareness, and your truth. Naida exhaled, watching the merging currents shimmer like living crystal. I feel the weight of everything, she whispered. All the choices I've made, all the fear I've carried, all the courage I've discovered. From the swirling mists emerged Selun, luminous and serene. Her form seemed woven from moonlight itself, reflecting the river's radiant glow. The river shows you all, she said, but it is not the currents that teach, It is the awareness you bring. Courage, honesty, compassion. These are the currents that sustain the soul. You must embrace them fully. A shadow stirred at the edge of the river, and the ferryman appeared, gliding silently toward them. His oar skimmed the surface of the water, stirring faint ripples that gleamed like scattered stars. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected all of Naida's trials, every hesitation, every step of courage. Without a word, he gestured toward the confluence, signaling her to step forward when she was ready. Naida's heart quivered. She could feel every lesson, every fear, every triumph flowing within her like molten light. She glanced at Selim. "Will he guide me across?" "Yes," Selim said, "but only because you have faced yourself honestly. The ferryman does not carry the unaware. He carries only those who have embraced the truth of their own hearts." Selun's glow intensified, and the river responded, ripples of light poolsing outward. "Naida," she said, "fear will always exist, but the river does not demand absence of fear. It asks presence, awareness, and the courage to act in alignment with your soul." Naida nodded, letting the words settle in her heart. The currents beneath her shimmered like liquid crystal, reflecting the golden courage, the indigo freedom, and the silver compassion she had encountered at the dividing currents. The lessons she had learned flowed together now, integrated, luminous, whole. She stepped onto the ferryman's small boat, the vessel rocking gently as the currents lifted her. He guided the oar with quiet precision, moving them forward into the merging streams. The river's song resonated, a symphony of possibility, reflection, and eternal presence. I understand," Naida whispered, eyes wide with awe. "The river's answer, it is not a single choice. It is presence. It is courage. It is honesty." Selim's voice was calm beside her. "Every choice you make is a reflection of the awareness you carry. You have faced fear, embraced courage, and integrated every path. That is the river's answer." Selun's hand extended, her glow brushing the waters. Light shimmered in harmony with the river, weaving around Naida and the ferryman's boat. "And now," Selun said softly, "you carry this understanding into every step you will take. Every choice, every act, every breath, let them reflect the truth you have embraced." The ferryman's oar cut through the radiant currents, guiding the boat with a slow, deliberate rhythm. Naida felt herself lifted by the river itself, every lesson flowing through her like silver fire. She saw visions beneath the water, moments of fear and hesitation, moments of compassion and bravery, threads of connection linking her to countless souls, countless choices. I see now," she whispered. "It is not about perfection. It is about presence. It is about courage, honesty, and the truth of the heart." The river pulsed in affirmation, and the currents swirled into patterns of radiant unity. Naida felt the golden warmth of courage, the indigo freedom of choice, and the silver light of compassion merging within her, harmonized into a single luminous flow. She exhaled, letting the river integrate every shadow, every lesson, and every spark of bravery into her being. Selim stepped closer, his voice soft and steady. You are ready to walk the confluence. The river reflects what is already within you. Trust it, trust yourself. Selun's glow enveloped her, comforting and expansive. Walk with awareness, Naida. Every step you take carries the river's answer. Courage is not absence of fear, but presence despite it. Your soul has recognized this truth. The ferryman guided them gently toward the heart of the confluence. The currents lifted the boat, carrying Naida across the radiant expanse. The mist parted, revealing a horizon of silver gold light stretching infinitely. Each pulse of the river sang with the echoes of her courage, every choice embraced, every fear faced and transformed. Naida looked back at Selim and Selun. Thank you for guiding me, for being here, for reminding me that courage is presence, and that the soul carries its own answers. Selun's glow softened, a serene smile reflecting in the waters. You needed only to see it within yourself. Now the river flows through you. Let it guide every step. Selim's eyes glimmered in quiet pride. The river has reflected your soul. The confluence is complete, and you are whole. Carry this understanding into every choice you make. The ferryman guided the boat gently to the center of the confluence. Naida felt the currents pulse beneath her feet, radiant and alive. Every path, every lesson, every act of courage and awareness was integrated into her being. The river's answer was not external, it was within her, flowing with every heartbeat, every breath, every thought. I understand, she whispered, tears shimmering. The river's answer is presence, courage, honesty, and awareness. Every choice I make, every step I take, reflects my soul. That is the answer I carry. The river pulsed one final time, a luminous exhalation of affirmation. Naida felt light, whole, and radiant, her soul aligned with the eternal currents. The confluence stretched infinitely ahead, a horizon of shimmering silver and gold, reflecting the unity of all paths, all choices, and all lessons learned. The ferryman's oar lifted the boat gently, a silent gesture of passage. Naida understood now that he was not merely a guide, but a witness to the courage of those who embraced the river's truth. Selun and Selim stepped back into the mists, their presence lingering in gentle light. Naida's heart was calm, her mind clear, and her soul aligned with the river's eternal song. She exhaled slowly, letting every lesson, every fear, and every spark of courage flow within her. The confluence stretched before her, infinite and radiant, and she stepped forward with intention. Every movement a reflection of presence, awareness, and the courage she now carried. The river's answer had been revealed, not as a single path, but as the truth of the soul, fully present in every choice, every heartbeat, and every act of conscious awareness. Naida smiled, serene and radiant, feeling the river's eternal pulse within her. With Selim Selun, and the ferryman as witnesses and guides. She had walked through fear, embraced courage, and integrated every lesson. She was whole, her soul aligned, ready to carry the river's answer into every choice she would ever make. And as the radiant currents stretched infinitely before her, Naida walked forward into the light, calm, confident, and fully present, her spirit resonating with the river's eternal song. Thank you for joining Naida on the river of eternal choices. Remember, every choice carries light and shadow, and each one shapes the soul. If you felt the river's flow tonight, give a like, share with fellow dreamers, and subscribe to Candle by the Sea for more mystical journeys and bedtime tales. Sweet dreams, and may your own path tonight be calm and filled with wonder.